Welcome, everybody, to beautiful Miami and Hard Rock Stadium, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup. We'll see the #4 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the 7th-ranked team in the land, the Clemson Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kurt Kernstreet. Kurt, let's get right to the action. Kick this deep to start us off. Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes a knee and to bring the football to the 25-yard line. The Tigers offense comes onto the field for the first time today. Kirk, let's check the impact players in this game, guys who have been leaders, guys who are being counted on to deliver today.
Oh, these are the guys that both these teams rely on, as you said, to be able to make the plays. And more importantly, when it gets into that point in the game where you need to be able to have some leadership, these are the men that are going to have to step up and be able to provide that for each team.
Tackle made, but a strong arm throw by the senior quarterback. Grab behind the line. It's Williams. Tackle is made, just a short gain after the completion. To the air, it's Klubnik. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a 1st down. Grab down the middle. It's Moore. The defense wraps him up quickly. Got about 5 yards on the completion, but now it's 4th down. Hits this one off the side of his foot. Looks like no return here as that punt heads out of bounds. So the Georgia Bulldogs offense takes the field. Our first chance to see them today. They'll be met by a defensive front that has a couple of impact players on it. They get after the quarterback. They slow the run down. Really a nightmare to block.
Well, these guys are what it's all about. You want to build a great defense? Follow this blueprint right here. Big, strong effort.
Oh, the pass rush gets home.
Boy, a great play here by a Clemson defender. It makes you think of all these great Clemson defenders they've had over the years, like The Fridge or Daquan Bowers, Vic Beasley, Grady Jarrett, and, of course, most recently, Myles Murphy, who got drafted just a few years ago. Always great defensive lineman, allows this defense to be athletic. And with players like this, it's just a defense you do not want to face.
And Sack sets up 2nd down. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. Defense makes the stop very close to a 1st down. Offense looking to keep the drive going here. 3rd and short now from the 44. The offense with some pre-snap eye candy. No, wasn't alert enough. Didn't get the play off. That'll cost him 5 yards.
Delay of game. Offense.
Quarterback lost track of the play clock, and that'll cost the offense 5. Important 3rd down play coming up. To throw, it's Stockton. Going for a big play downfield. Oh, it's dropped. A chance for a big play here in the early going, but some jitters on the part of that receiver. And they'll kick it away here. He was hoping that would check up, but a big bounce sends it into the end zone for a touchback. 1st down, looking to throw the football. Looking to set up a screen pass here. And he runs out of bounds. That's a big gainer there.
Boy, this is great execution here on this screen play to the running back to pick up big yards in a 1st down. I think in the process, Chris, they send a message to the defense. You can rush our quarterback all you want, but when you do, you better be careful because we're going to throw the screen on you.
So one play moves the ball to the 38, another 1st down. And the back now goes in motion. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. And he will be stuffed for no gain. 2nd down play coming up. So, Kirk, we've reached the end of one. So far, a defensive stalemate here, and the early stats illustrating the story. Getting set here now for the 2nd period. Both offenses looking for some efficiency, for a spark after that opening quarter. Offense getting set for a 2nd down here to begin the quarter. Wants to throw it. Here's a screen pass to the running back. He's going to lose yardage there. The defense closed in and forces him out of bounds. They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. There's some pre-snap movement in the backfield. And he'll drop back here on 3rd down. Oh, what a grab! And they do pick up 1st down yardage. Set up now at the 44. This Clemson offense moving quickly down the field. Scanning the field. It's Klubnik. The receiver looks it in. It's complete. They stop him after a short gain. It's not a 1st down. Here's the 2nd down play. Off play action. He's looking to throw. Looking deep down the left side. And the pass is intercepted as he throws into double coverage that time. Brought down after a short return, but the pick sets up his offense. So the first play of the drive coming up here, under 3 minutes to play before half. Gonna run it. It's Frazier. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Running play goes backwards, makes it 2nd down and 12 now. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. Makes the throw across the middle of the field. That one falls incomplete. Looking for a flag. Doesn't get it. Brings up 3rd down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the 1st down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. The pocket breaking down. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. The Bulldogs bring their punt team onto the field. And now the defense will call a timeout here. There's something they didn't like about that look, and they'll make an adjustment before this important play. And at 4th down, they'll punt it away here. No fair catch. Looking to make a return here. And the coverage team makes the stop on this return. We'll take a quick pause before the half as we reach the 2-minute timeout. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Makes the catch downfield. He stopped him, but this offense is threatening now at the plus 43. They'll go hurry up here. To the air, it's Klubnik. He's running out of time here. And that's incomplete, even on a 1st down pass attempt. He felt heavy pressure. Incompletion makes it 2nd down. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. Quarterback looking to throw it on 2nd down. Caught over the middle. It's Moore.
Boy, we're just getting started here, and already you can feel a rhythm between the quarterback and the receiver. Nice job again, getting back in the pocket, making a...
Taking a shot deep toward the end zone. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. Out comes the field goal team to give it a shot. This is a long way out. And he's got it from 58 yards away. Never in doubt.
Boy, this guy had plenty of leg here, too. Chris, you remember the days when a kick from 50-plus was a major accomplishment? Now these guys knock these out like they're almost automatic.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. And here's the return from inside the 5. He tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the first play of the drive now coming up from the 17-yard line. Tight end goes in motion before the snap. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. He's got the first and still going. Timeout is called to talk strategy late in this close game with halftime approaching. 1st down here for this offense. He's looking to throw. It's reeled in. It's Branch. Offense stops the clock with their 2nd timeout to talk strategy. Back-to-back chunk plays to begin the drive. The defense on their heels. Looking downfield. It's Stockton. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. They'll have to hurry now. 2nd down with the clock ticking. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. He's going to take off here. They make the tackle, but that scramble earns him enough yards for the 1st down. Dogs looking to use the up-tempo offense here. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Defense is coming after him. Using his legs on the scramble. Really solid 1st down gain. He's just short of the marker, so maybe a chance here to take a downfield shot. Come to the line for 2nd down and very short now. From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Grab down the middle. It's Thomas. That's a solid gain. Moves the football inside the 30 and a 1st down. Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. Running out of time in the pocket. And they'll bring him down. The defense punctuating the 2nd quarter with a big play. And that will do it for the 1st half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
Fellas, by the looks of things, we've had one enjoyable 1st half in Springfield. And a lot of coaches will say limiting the big plays and maybe hitting on a few yourself is key. But I'm more of a move the chains guy. Give me efficiency every day of the week and twice on Saturday. The offensive unit that subscribes to the less is more philosophy might be the one that leaves here today with a big fat W. Either way, it's time to find out. Back to the best in the biz for the start of this 3rd quarter.
Returner looking to make a play here. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. Offense out there for the first play of this drive from the 18. Now begin with a quick throw to the left. Heads out of bounds as a short gain on the play. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. Play action fake, looking to throw. Caught in the backfield. It's Thomas. They tackle him at the 38. Solid gain. Nice play there.
You know, we talked this week with the offensive coordinator about what makes this receiver so special. He kept referring to his route running. Here's an example of that. Great route, enough separation to give the quarterback a nice lane to throw the football.
First down and 10 now. Quick throw, the catch is made. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play. Second down play coming up for this offense. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. The defense all over it. They stop it right at the line. So now it's third and short from the 43. Can they keep the drive going or perhaps face a tough fourth down decision? Looks like he didn't get the snap off in time. That'll cost him 5 yards.
Delay of game. Offense.
And the delay of game penalty will push the offense back 5. An important third down attempt for this offense. Wide open downfield. He moved the ball to the 48 and earned a fresh set of downs. Still looking for that elusive touchdown, but finally this offense is moving. First down and 10. And the quarterback keeps it here. Nowhere to run on that play. They've got him in the backfield. That's a loss of a yard. Offense now behind the 6 on second down. They need 12 after that first down loss. Dropping back. It's Stockton. Running back grabs it on the screen. Good job of the defense to fight through the blocks in that screen. He's short of the first down mark. Offense coming to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before we reach the end of the quarter. Caught over the middle. It's Branch. And he's brought down short of the line to gain on what should be the last play of this third quarter. So Clemson has the lead here, Kirk, as we head to the quarter break. We've reached the end of 3. Time is running out to cut into the lead. Let's take a look at the game sets before we move on. 1 quarter to go. Let's see if this sets up as a classic finish. So on fourth down, here comes a crucial field goal attempt. And he's got it. A booming kick. What a howitzer.
Man, I tell you, life of a kicker. This guy's not been called on the entire game. Probably cold as ice on the sideline. But when it matters, he's hot as a stove when his number's called.
They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. First down, looking to throw the ball. Here's a fumble way behind the line of scrimmage. And the defense comes up with the football.
Boy, when you're running your quote-unquote 4-minute offense, it's a combination of working the clock and getting productive yards. They were doing that. And then to end it with a fumble just ruins that opportunity. Now you give your opponent a chance to not just get the recovery, but a chance to go down and win the game.
And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. And they begin first and goal, looking to cash in on this incredible field position. That's a nice wrap-up there by the junior. All right, second down and goal now for this offense. Here's the handoff, testing the middle. Ball carrier tackled there. The offense still looking for their first touchdown this game. Line up on third and goal now. To throw, it's Stockton. On the move now. Jukes to get past a man. Trying to run it in. The defense stops him close to the goal line, but not in. And they will try out the field goal team here.
huge kick. Good job by the snapper and the holder. The kicker gives them the lead. But remember, this one is certainly a long way from being over here in the fourth.
So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. Fielded in the end zone. It's Brown. Tackled at the 12. The coach wishes he left that one in the end zone. And the first play of the drive now, they're backed up at the 12-yard line. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. QB to the tight end for a completion. That completion makes it 2nd and short.
Boy, he has such great size. I just love this play call on 1st and 10. The defense is expecting a run. Instead, you go play action, and you throw it to the big man for some positive yards on 1st and 10.
The final 2 minutes here. This defense trying to hang on. The offense trying to make a play to win it. 3rd down, out of the shotgun. Grab down the middle. It's Williams. Tackled, but 1st down.
And you just continue to see the chemistry between these two. And they told us yesterday in our production meeting, they spent hours and hours of working and developing that chemistry and that rhythm by throwing together throughout those summer months. And, man, it's starting to really pay off. He's become his security blanket for the quarterback, and especially on 3rd down, get him the ball.
Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8. They'll hurry to the line here with the clock running. Dropping back, it's Klubnik. Not able to connect, incomplete. So it's 3rd and long from the 29. Defense figures to bring pressure here.
Now that's going to bring up a critical 3rd down here as we're late into this football game in a drive where they need points. This quarterback's got to take control of this huddle, make sure everybody's on the same page. You have multiple plays you could go to, whether it's a run or a pass, but you've got to come up with a 1st down.
Looking to throw it on 1st down. It's an out route, the catch made. And he's out of bounds after gaining decent yardage.
Chris, I think you got to give all the credit to the wide receiver here. Man-to-man coverage on an out route. That is a tough ask. Good inside move on the stem to separate from the defender, and a great throw by the quarterback near the sideline.
Tight game. Final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. Keeps it on the draw. No way to run up the middle. And the coach quickly calls timeout after the play, trying to hold on to as much time as possible. They come up 3rd and short. This is the 8th play of the drive. Looking to pick up the 1st down through the air. He'll be taken down. The defense rises up with a sack in a crucial moment.
This is a big mistake by the quarterback here, just holding on to the football too long. Late in the game, 3rd down, you got to make a big play, and you come up with a sack. Now it's 4th down.
So on 4th down, it's an all-important field goal attempt. Hold your breath here. And he's got it with ease from 56 yards away.
Boy, this guy has such a strong leg. No problem. Up into the net from 50-plus.
Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. Return starts from inside the 5. And the coverage team brings him down at the 26. They'll set up at the 26 for the first play of this drive. Handoff here from the shotgun. That one takes it across the 30-yard line. And the Bulldogs hustle to the line to crank up the tempo. Back to throw. It's Stockton. Pressure is coming. He cannot escape. It's a sack. So tied up after regulation, we go to overtime. Remember, in college football, it's dueling possessions. In the second overtime, if we get there, you have to go for 2 points if you score a touchdown. And the third overtime, Kirk, just becomes a series of 2-point tries.
And I know that's your favorite, to see if we can get to that third series of these overtimes. I love extra football, so I'm looking forward to this. Let's see who's going to win it.
This line getting set up. It's a first down play. Looking for a receiver. Makes the catch. It's Frazier. They get him on the ground finally, but it'll be first down for the 14. Georgia setting up for the 1st and 10 now. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Moves out of the pocket. Has a pass to the end zone. It's a touchdown as they jump on top here in overtime.
Chris, this is what makes this quarterback so dangerous. There's just only so much a defense can do to contain him. He is so fast. You can plan for it all you want, but planning and the execution are two different things.
And now the extra point to make this a 7-point game in overtime. PAT is good, so it's 13-6. So pressure on this offense. They must answer with a touchdown to stay in this game. Looking to throw. It's Klubnik. It's intercepted. A crucial overtime mistake. Tackled after a short return to the 19, but a huge takeaway in the red zone. Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the number 21 team in the country, the Texas A&M Aggies, taking on the 9th-ranked team, the Alabama Crimson Tide. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here with Kirk Herbstreit. Let's get this thing underway. Bringing it out, it's Adams. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. So Alabama's offense comes onto the field for the first time today. Kirk, in this quarterback's career, has been a mix of mistakes, but also stepping up in some big moments when needed.
Chris, this guy doesn't necessarily have the flashy skill set, but he's very consistent with what he does within this offensive structure. And the defense better be careful, because whether it's his legs or his arm, he can make you pay.
He moves the ball across the 20 to the 22. Offense getting set. It's second down. Looks right for a quick completion. Solid gain there. Moves the ball out to the 32. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. On the shotgun, it's a handoff. Breaks into the clear. He'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. And then first down, right back to the running game.
I think this defense keeps thinking about them throwing the football, and by doing that, they're opening up running lanes. Good positive yards there by the running back.
Second down after that run on the previous play. Quarterback keeps the football. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. Big moment on the opening drive. They face third down. QB decides to keep it here. That's enough to move the sticks and give him a first down at the 41. Alabama getting set for the 1st and 10 now. They'll run it here. Only a small gain. Now looking at 2nd and 9. And they'll keep it on the ground. Running back has the handoff. The junior able to bring him down quickly. Can they keep this drive going, trying to convert on third down now? Getting set for the second quarter here. Both offenses searching for a spark. They didn't do much in the first quarter at all. We get lined up here for quarter number 2. We'll see if the offenses can get going. They didn't do much in the opening quarter. First play of the quarter is a crucial one. Offense trying to convert this third down. Back to pass. It's Simpson. They'll try a pass here. Caught by the receiver. Moves the ball to the 28. It'll be first down. Offense showing a bunch formation now. And looking to throw now on first down. Makes the grab. It's Williams. They bring him down quickly, a short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. They bring him down, but that play will set up a 1st and goal now at the 10. The Tide offense line up here on 1st and goal. Off the play fake, looking to throw. They trap him and sack him back at the 10.
Well, it's a great job by this defense coming up with a big sack there on 1st and goal. The offense still has their opportunities. Let's see if they can get back on track here on 2nd and goal.
Now they'll come up second down and goal from the 10. Trying for the end zone, wanting it right up the gut. He's swarmed by the defense. The clock has stopped, and we've reached the 2-minute timeout before halftime. The offense facing a 3rd and goal from a long way away. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Running back has it on the screen now. Ball carrier wrapped up and brought down. Timeout called by the defense. They go to the sideline and try to adjust. That's their first timeout. So their first drive of the game, they're going to go for it on 4th down. Aggressive start. And the quarterback dropping back. And they've got him. It's a sack as they come up empty on 4th and goal. The Aggies offense gets their first crack now. And Kirk, this is going to be fun. One of the best edge matchups we're going to see all season long. Elite wide receiver, elite corner, both competitive guys ready to go at each other.
And you know this corner, we had a chance to visit with him this week. He wants to be on an island against one of the best receivers in the country. And he's going to get that chance today to have a chance to showcase that he, in fact, is the top corner in college football.
Caught behind the line. It's Concepcion. And the defense swarms. Not much of a gain on that completion. So let's see what they like here on 3rd and short from inside their own 20. Important to pick up this first down. It's nearly picked off. He couldn't hold on to it. Don't expect that from such a reliable defender. Brings up 4th down, though. They'll kick it away here. He's going to try to return the punt. They finally get him down, but that's a solid return. Good work by the return man. So here comes the first play of the drive. Can they do something in the final 30 seconds of the half? It's a screen pass complete to the running back. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. So the offense looking to be efficient here. Not much time remaining before the end of the half. Dropping back. It's Simpson. Pulls it in. It's Cuevas. So a timeout is called to talk strategy. Maybe time for 1 or 2 more plays before halftime. It's a 1st and 10 play coming up for the offense. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up the throw. With the catch, it's Cuevas. The offense will quickly spend a timeout here after the play. So with only a few seconds left in the half, out comes the field goal unit. And he's got it from 48 yards out, showing off the big leg. Minute's going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
Thanks, guys. Looks like we've had ourselves a really entertaining first half. And yes, football is a game of inches, but man, is that really the case when you consider the length of some of these possessions. Look, I'm not an analytics guy, but I do know this. The team that sustains drives and just moves the sticks might be the team that comes out on top today. That said, let's get back to the field and our guys in the booth to start the second half.
And he takes this from inside the 5. Coverage team brings down the returner. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up at their own 14. Off the play fake, looking to throw on 1st down. He escapes the pocket. Makes the first on his own, looking for more now. The sophomore calls his own number and keeps this drive moving. Big guys up front, lined up. It's 1st down. Makes a quick grab. They stop him after a 6-yard gain, so 2nd and 4. Here's the handoff. Breaks an open space. They tackle him. Looks like it's going to be just short of the mark, inches away. So now it's 3rd and short from the 43. Can they keep the drive going or perhaps face a tough 4th down decision? Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. And the Aggies will have to kick this away. They're going to kick it away for the 2nd time. Returner tackle right there. That's where they start the drive. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the completion here on first down. The sure hands. It's Miller. Great cut. They whiff on him. Oh, and he hits out of bounds after a really nice gain there.
Man, isn't it fun to watch running backs who can add that dimension to the passing game? They're so dangerous because once they catch the football, they're operating in much more open space than they would be if they're just getting a handoff. And it really tests the linebacker's ability to cover out in space.
One play moves the ball to the 44. It'll be first down. They'll go with the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. Important second down play coming up. Looking to pass. It's Simpson. Grab behind the line. It's Young. They stop the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. So the ball placed right at the 50. Offense looking to pick up the first down here on third and short. Out of the gun now on third down. Caught over the middle. It's Lewis. That play enough for a first down. The offense set up at the 43. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. So Alabama will take the lead into the quarter break here. We've reached the end of the third. Time is running out to cut into this lead. Let's check out the game stats before we go on. We're set now for the fourth quarter. Who is going to make the crucial plays to take home this W? So here we go. First play of the quarter. The offense has a first down. They open the fourth by going to the air. They're finally able to stop, and the quarterback brings the big man down. Not easy to do with that size difference. Looking to throw again. Bringing pressure. Swarm for the pass rush. A sack.
Chris, this one's on the quarterback, in my opinion. He's got to have a better feel and a presence in the pocket to be able to either check it down or get rid of the ball. You just can't take the sack.
So here comes third and long, trying to overcome that sack. This is going to be really difficult. Now in third and very long, looking to throw. On the run, he'll let it go. Oh, downfield catch made on the left side. They finally make the tackle, but he gets all the way to the 14.
Well, I'd love to see this late in a game like this with the lead. Get aggressive. Go for it here on third down through the air. Quarterback delivers to his receiver. Comes down with a nice completion and a first down, and they keep that clock moving.
Alabama getting set with a 1st and 10 coming up. Grinding away with a running game. And he's swallowed up at the line. Could not get past that big defensive tackle. Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Grab behind the line. It's Portland. Then he'll run out of bounds after picking up a few yards on the play. An important third down conversion coming here in the red zone. Oh, they trapped him for a sack. Now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. So on fourth down, out trots the place kicker at a very big spot here. Knocks that one right down the middle.
And that one, my gosh, I mean, it's almost too easy. Nice kick.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. They'll return it from inside the 5. They'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the first play of the drive now coming up from the 17-yard line. Off the play fake on first down. Fires it to the wideout. Finds a man to the left. Big catch downfield. They bring him down, but not before an explosive play through this offense through the air.
That is great arm strength and accuracy by this quarterback. And let's not forget the wide receiver's job of bringing it in for that big gain.
First down now at the 48. What a difference one play can make from being backed up to out near midfield. We've reached the 2-minute timeout as this offense tries to stage a dramatic comeback and win the game late. To throw, it's Reed. Makes a quick catch. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. We'll have to throw it here on second down. The pass rush closing in. Can't get it away. The defense has got him. What a huge stop at this stage of the game.
Well, the quarterback makes a mistake here. That's football 101. Once you get outside of the pocket, you've got to get rid of the football in this situation and not take the sack, especially in the fourth quarter.
Here comes third and long. Trailing in the game. Giving up that sack earlier could prove to be decisive. And he dumps it off to the tight end.
And the best thing that happens here, Chris, is he gets out of bounds, gives the offense a chance to regroup, huddle up, make sure they have the right call here for this critical fourth down.
Finds his receiver. That's enough for the first down. And moves the ball to the 35. Another first down. Fourth down conversion gives him a fresh set of downs, but time is running out. Got to get to the line quickly. First down. Looking to throw the football. Finds a man open on the right side downfield. They make the tackle, but the offense has a first down now at the 21. Quarterback spikes the ball to stop the clock. Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. Caught quickly.
This is an example of a quarterback and his offense just taking what the defense gives you. Not a huge play, but positive yards. The defense wants to give that throw to you. You take it, get the ball to your receiver, stay ahead of the sticks.
Caught in the backfield. It's Concepcion. Brought down, but it's enough to convert on third down and set them up first and goal at the 10. And now they'll just clock it to freeze the time. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. Scanning the field. It's Reed. Looking to the end zone. Oh, and he can't quite come up with it. That would have been huge. Brings up third down. So here we go. Third down in the red zone. The kind of play that decides football games. On the run here. Lets it go. Incomplete for a third straight play. Here we are late in a one-score game, and they're going to go for it on fourth down. They need to convert. He'll drop back. Touchdown, Aggies. The quarterback takes it in himself.
What a comeback by this offense to give them the lead with under 30 seconds to go. An extra point away from taking the lead.
The extra point attempt for the lead. Kick is up and good. They go in front here deep in the fourth quarter. Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Fielded in the end zone. It's Adams. Goes out of bounds at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. Here's the first play of the drive. They'll set up from the 13. On first and 10, looking to throw. Makes the grab. It's Young. Tackle made after a big gain. The offense spends a timeout here. There are 16 seconds remaining. Offense getting set here, needing some big plays to get into field goal range. The clock winding down. On first and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. What a catch! And a timeout taken by the offense to stop the clock with 12 seconds remaining. Tight game, final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. Looking downfield, it's Simpson. Scrambling, now he'll make the throw. He's got it with room to run. And a timeout stops the clock with just 7 seconds remaining in the game. So here it is, a pressure moment. The field goal team on the field, a lot riding on this kick. The field goal is good. That puts them back on top.
Snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after the Go-ahead field goal. They get set to kick off. Just need to prevent a big return here in the final seconds. He'll return it from inside the 10-yard line. The coverage team gets him down. A last chance for this returner to win the game, but time has run out. beautiful Miami and Hard Rock City, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the number 12 team in the country, the South Carolina Gamecocks, taking on the second-ranked team, Penn State Nittany Lions. For EA Sports, I'm Chris Fowler, joined in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get this thing going. And the Gamecocks will kick this away to start us off. Looks like he'll try to make a play with the return. Coverage team flying down there. Good job. They limit the return. Not much there. The Nittany Lions offense trots out there to open this game. And Kirk, this is what we've been looking forward to. A matchup of two quarterbacks who are elite, very competitive, matched up against each other today. One of the better matchups we'll see all season.
Yeah, a game that we really pointed to all summer. Looking forward to this matchup. Knew these two quarterbacks would go head-to-head. Very important that they don't get caught up in the individual matchup. They just go out, work against these defenses that they're facing, and try to put up as many points as they can.
And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Here he goes. Brought down, but it's past the line of the game. First down and 10. And now the handoff. As the first down is still going. Tackle is made, but that's good for a first down of the 47. Nittany Lions come to the line to set a fresh set of downs. Looking to pass. It's Allen. It's a shovel pass, complete.
Man, Chris, I don't know if that was a bad read by the quarterback or a bad route by the receiver. They got to get this cleaned up before the next time they go through the air.
Ball handed off. And he'll be smothered right at the line for no gain. So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. Third and long. Hit as he releases it, and the pass ball is incomplete. And the Nittany Lions will have to punt this one away. This one is out of bounds, and that'll give the offense great field position. And off the bounds, that one will roll out of bounds. So the South Carolina Gamecocks offense comes out for their first possession today. They'll be met by a defensive front that has a couple of impact players on it. They get after the quarterback. They slow the run down. Really a nightmare to block.
Well, these guys are what it's all about. You want to build a great defense? Follow this blueprint right here. Big, strong, athletic defense.
And the pass is intercepted. A takeaway for the defense. And he'll be taken down, but after a good return.
Nice job by this defense jumping on that football to come up with the interception. And not exactly how this quarterback envisioned this game starting. His very first throw of the game, he puts into traffic, and he costs his team in a big way.
Offense comes up on first down in 13 personnel. This could create some problems for a defense. Here comes the handoff. Going absolutely nowhere. That'll be a loss of the play. Running play goes backwards, makes it second down and 12 now. And there's the handoff. And he goes nowhere. Stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. The offense was given a short field. Now can the defense come up with a huge stop here on third down? The pocket breaking down. The pass is intercepted. Look out, he's in the clear. They finally bring him down, but what a return after the takeaway.
Well, they're rewarded for going to this nickel package, getting more awareness on the field with that fifth defensive back, and a nice job of coming up with this interception.
First play of this drive drive. They're set up at the 37. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Run it up the middle, but stuffed for no gain. Wideout's now clustered. So, Kirk, we reached the end of one. So far, a defensive stalemate here in the early stats illustrating the story. Getting set here now for the second period. Both offenses looking for some efficiency, for a spark after that opening play. Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a second down play. Wide open downfield. Tackle made after a huge gain all the way to the 40.
Great play call by the offensive coordinator. Outstanding job of executing by the quarterback. With the defense trying to stop the run, the quarterback felt that, made a nice throw to the receiver, and look at this result. Some positive yards.
Here's a 1st and 10 play. They're going to run it here. He shreds the tackle.
Love this early in the game by this defense, taking control of the line of scrimmage, not giving this back anywhere to go, and they keep him short of the first down.
Give it to the back again. And they finally stop it, but a decent gain that time. One of those critical third down plays coming up. Back to pass. It's Sellers. Short pass finds the tight end. You make the tackle inside the 30. It'll be first down there. The Gamecocks looking to keep this drive rolling. On first down, it's play action. Looking for the wideout. Finds a man downfield. That's a big gain to the right. It's a quick tackle. Spot the ball at the 11 and a red zone opportunity now. We'll take a quick pause before the half as we reach the 2-minute timeout. And the Gamecocks with 1st and 10 here. Here's the snap. Looking to throw here. And he just throws the ball away there. Nobody open. Excellent coverage. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Here's the snap, and he's looking to throw. Looking to set up a screen pass here. Brought down at the 7, but the completion moves him into scoring position. And now the defense will call a timeout here to make an adjustment on their side before this crucial play. Here we go, 3rd down, close to the goal line. They can still get a first down without scoring. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack. And now the defense will call a timeout before this critical down just to get everybody on the same page. So now on 4th down, out comes the field goal unit. The kick is good. He knocked it right down the middle. It breaks the scoreless tie here, makes it 3-0.
Oh, Chris, it's a nice kick here to polish off that drive with at least 3 points up on the board.
They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. He's going to return it from near the goal line. Tackled at the 22. Good job by the coverage team. Offense out for the first play of the drive, beginning at the 22. Grab down the middle. It's Reynolds. They bring him down, but he was fast enough to get that first down yardage. Dropping back, it's Allen. Grabbed by the receiver. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. They'll crank up the tempo here on second down. The time is running out. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. Makes the grab with plenty of room to run. They make the stop after a big gain all the way to the 34.
Well, that's exactly what you love to see here in this 2-minute offense. You come up with a big play, and all of a sudden your mindset gets much more aggressive. You're not thinking just about 3 points. Maybe take some shots, get the ball into the end zone.
This offense has gotten going at long last. It's another 1st and 10. The shotgun handoff here. They've got him in the backfield. Nowhere to run. They'll lose a yard on the play. Second down after that previous play. Caught behind the line. It's Singleton. The timeout is called. Important stage late here in the second quarter. Offense in a split backfield now. to throw it on 3rd and very long. And that pass falls incomplete. The Nittany Lions will line up to kick it away when he comes for his 2nd punt of the game. This will bounce and head out of bounds inside the 10. That's a great punt. The offense will be pinned back. So here's the first play of the drive, backed up at their own 7. Punt over the middle. It's Smith. They bring him down after a short gain there. Looks like the final play of the half coming up. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Stop for no gain, and that'll be the final play of the first half. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
Fellas, by the looks of things, we've had one enjoyable first half in Springfield. And a lot of coaches will say limiting the big plays and maybe hitting on a few yourself is key. But I'm more of a move the chains guy. Give me efficiency every day of the week and twice on Saturday. The offensive unit that subscribes to the less is more philosophy might be the one that leaves here today with a big fat W. For now, let's get back to the guys in the booth to start up this second half.
And Nittany Lions will kick this away to get the second half going. Fields it just outside the goal line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 19. Back to throw. It's Sellers. Catch made on the right side. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. That completion makes it 2nd and medium. Offense looking to throw the ball. Grab near the sticks. It's Smith. There's the tackle, but first down yardage.
And here the tight end shows off his hands for a nice gain. Love to see the big man get his touches.
See what the call is on 1st and 10. It's a quarterback keeper. He's in the clear. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. Still searching for their first touchdown of the game, but on the move now. It's 1st and 10. Quarterback will throw this out of the RPO.
Just a good job here by the quarterback. Got the ball out to his receiver. His guy eats up some yards. They stay ahead of the sticks.
What's the play call here on 2nd down for this offense? From the shotgun now. Here's a handoff inside. And the freshman brings him down quickly. Crucial 3rd down play coming up. Try and muscle for the first down. Did not get there. And now it's going to bring up 4th down and 1. The Gamecocks will line up to punt it away. Kicked it too far. It lands in the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. Trying to find some room. It's Singleton. And they'll stop him short of the line to gain. 2nd down after that run in the previous play. Grab behind the line. It's Ross. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. And it's South Carolina in the lead here. Sitting in pretty good position as we wrap up the 3rd quarter. Let's check out the game stats so far. Quarter to go. Let's see if this sets up as a classic finish. We begin the quarter with a crucial play. Offense setting up for this 3rd down. Looking to throw. It's Aller. Catch made on the left side. Breaks into the clear. Tackle made at the 41. It's a nice gain. They're getting closer to the 50. There's the handoff. Runner finding some space there. That's a solid gain on the ground.
A
tell you, to be able to pick up a nice gain like that, those offensive linemen have to sustain their blocks. Gave them a chance at a really nice gain.
Now it's second down here. And he's got it again. And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Offense trying to move into scoring position if they can convert third and short here from the 50. Grab down the middle. It's Hudson. They get him down, but the gain moves the ball to the plus 40. And the Nittany Lions pick up first down yardage to keep the drive going. It's a shotgun run call. And that run produces a decent gain. The final 2 minutes here. This defense trying to hang on. The offense trying to make a play to win it. Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. Quick throw to his receiver. He's got it in the open. They bring him down, but that's enough to move this offense into the red zone with a first down at the 17.
Hey, this defense doing a good job all game long and not giving up many yards after the catch. Now working with this lead, trying to preserve it. Good job of keeping their eyes up and bringing this receiver down. Gave up some yards, but nothing big to try to hold on to this lead.
Here's a screen pass to the running back. And they bring him down. Blocker has not much help on the screen there. He's short of the first down. So here comes second down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. Makes the grab on the move. Heads out of bounds after running for the first down to keep this scoring threat alive. Serious pressure now for the defense. Looking for some space. It's Singleton. Well, they try the middle, but stuck for no gain. And the offense will wisely spend a timeout after the play. Clock management is going to be very important here in the final minutes. Motion now from the tight end. Here's a run to the left, looking for the touchdown. And the defense wraps him up. And a quick timeout call by the offense after the play, trying to preserve as much clock as possible. Urgency here. Got to cut into this lead. It's third down and goal. Motion by the back. Defense better adjust. They'll look to throw it on third and goal. Touchdown, Penn State. They take the lead in the final minute.
Here we go. They take the lead. What an amazing comeback by this team and this offense. Now it comes down to can their defense hold the lead with under a minute to go.
And now the try here for the extra point. PAT up and good. The lead is 4 here in the final quarter. So after taking the lead, they'll kick it off here and hope the defense can hold on. And he'll bring it out from inside the 10. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. Offense out there for the first play of this drive from the 18. From the shotgun, handoff inside. Got the first down and still motoring. And the coach quickly calls timeout after the play, trying to hold on to as much time as possible. Offense needs points quickly here, trying to dial up some explosive plays. Let's see what they've got called. It's a shovel pass caught. Caught a quick shovel pass there. Tackle is made. That's a short gain, well short of the marker. To the air, it's Sellers. Lets it go quickly. Oh, he makes the catch. They bring him down, but it's a big play all the way to the 43. A timeout is called to talk some strategy in this very important drive. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Caught over the middle. It's Brown. The offense signals for timeout. 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Tight game. Final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. Second down. We're going to throw it. Grab down the middle. It's Brown. Tackled, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs.
Chris, this guy has a big-time arm. He just zipped the ball in there. Yeah, you can sometimes show your arm strength in other ways than just bombing it deep.
And the Gamecocks starting a new series here on 1st and 10. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun. Deep shot toward the end zone. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. He's running out of time here. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. everybody to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the number 21 team in the country, the Texas A&M Aggies, taking on the third-ranked team, the Ohio State Buckeyes. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get right to the action. The Buckeyes will kick this away to start us off. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. Excellent work by the coverage team. He's brought down after just a short return. So the Texas A&M Aggies offense going to get the chance to start this game off. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today?
No tackle about the 23-yard line. Early adversity here. They face a third down in the opening possession. Can they pick up the first on the ground? Stop right there at the line. No gain. The Aggies will send their punt team on the field. He's on to kick it away, helping his team with field position. And the returner elects to fair catch it. No return. The Buckeyes offense makes their way onto the field for their first possession. And all eyes, Kirk, in this matchup of elite wide receivers. They got great skill. They got big personalities. You know they want to outdo each other in the showdown today.
Well, it's a showcase opportunity for both of these two wide receivers. A lot of eyes on them, not only in college football, but I don't know the last time, Chris, we were on the field pregame and saw so many NFL personnel evaluating these two to see who ends up stepping up and playing better.
Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. Delivers quickly to the left side. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact, no flag, brings up third down. To throw, it's Sayin. Quick throw, complete to the tight end. Buckeyes pick up enough yardage to move the sticks. Offense will set up on 1st and 10.
Well, this is why the offensive coordinator trusts his quarterback on these RPOs. He made the right read, was able to pick up some good yards. Now they have a second down and manageable. Wouldn't be surprised if they run that RPO again.
Quarterback still with the football. Zero running room. Stop right at the line of scrimmage. The offense will line up. Chance for a couple more plays before the end of the quarter. In the 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it. Fires it to the wideout. Caught! He's wide open. Look out. They make the stop, but it's a big play for 31. Getting set for the second quarter here. Both offenses searching for a spark. They didn't do much in the first quarter at all. As we get lined up here for quarter number 2, we'll see if the offenses can get going. They didn't do much in the opening quarter. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a first down play. Keep it on the ground. There's the handoff. Slams right into a wall. They got him for a loss. Been a really productive drive, but the loss there now makes it 2nd and 12. Quarterback looking to pass here on 2nd down. Misses the receiver. Incomplete. 3rd and very long. Can they make it 3 for 3 on 3rd down conversions this drive?
I think he predetermined where to go with his football. Really didn't give himself a chance to work through his...
Looking downfield near the end zone. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. So they're short on 4th down, and the coach decides to trot out the field goal team. And he's made it from 50 yards out, showing off the deep range.
I was watching this guy in pregame. He's got a strong leg. Not surprised here he's able to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. And here's the return from inside the 5. The returner is brought down. Gets us started on the next drive. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up with their own 14. Scanning the field. It's Reed. Short connection to the tight end here. And he's shoved out of bounds with the defense short of the first down marker. Getting set. Here's 2nd down. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. Offense needing to keep this drive alive. It's a 3rd down play. Dropping back. Looking to throw for the first down. Pop over the middle. It's Armstrong. The tackle made on the play at the 29-yard line. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Handoff here from the shotgun. And they'll stop him after a fairly minimal pickup. It's the 2-minute timeout of what's been a really competitive game so far. Let's see if the offense can take the lead before the break. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. Looking for his big tight end. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Locates the tight end. It's complete. He stopped, but he gets a first down. They get to the line here in the no huddle. First down, looking to throw the ball. And he's going to take a shot down the left side. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here.
What a pitch and catch by the quarterback and receiver for a big gain for this offense.
First down here for this offense. Short throw complete to the tight end. Tackle made at the 21, but this offense is in great position to add more points. Trying to find room. It's Moss. And a timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. Texas A&M has moved into the red zone now. To the air, it's Reed. Grab made by the tight end. And a quick timeout call by the offense after the play.
Just a good job of spreading the wealth, making sure everybody's getting their touches. When you do that, the defense can't lock in on one guy or 2 guys. Make them have to be aware of everybody, and allows you to continue to spread the ball around and spread the field, making it tougher for this defense.
Completion good for first down yardage for this offense. Shotgun formation. Here's an inside give. And the runner brought down after just a short gain. They'll crank up the tempo here with the clock ticking down. 2nd down. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, Texas A&M. But they were backed up to start the drive. It's some bold play calling, great execution, and reach the end zone.
You know, it's easy to just kind of pull your horns in and get conservative when you're pushed way back close to your own goal line, but not this offense. They came out and showed the confidence that they have in their quarterback, and it paid off. Nice touchdown.
They'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. Kick goes through, so it's 7-3. So an important touchdown just before halftime. Not much time for the opposing offense to try to answer before the break. Return begins inside the 10. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Final seconds in the first half. They will just take a knee and head to the locker room. Looks like the offense content to run the clock out here and go to halftime. Talk about the second half. The minute's going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
All right, guys, thanks. Looks like we've had ourselves a very enjoyable first half so far. And yes, football is a game of inches, but man, is that really the case when you consider the length of some of these possessions. Look, I'm not an analytics guy, but I do know this. The team that sustains drives and just moves the sticks might be the team that comes out on top today.
And the Aggies will kick it deep to begin the second half. He's going to try for a return from a couple of yards deep in the end zone. Tackle at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up at their own 14. Looking downfield, it's Sayin. It's a short completion of the tight end. Big man finally brought down by the cornerback. That was a tough assignment. Early movement there will cost the offense 5 yards. Pretty easy call for the head coach. He will accept that penalty, of course. Offense getting set. Second down play here. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Oh, the pass rush gets home.
Nothing is more gratifying for a defense to be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
So here comes 3rd and long. Giving up that sack has made this a real challenge for the offense. Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. A deep shot to the right. And that's incomplete. They weren't afraid to let it fly, but it brings up a 4th down. The Buckeyes will line up to punt it away. Looking to flip the field here. And they've got the returner corralled. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 39. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. And the defense smothers him for no gain. Second down play coming up. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. The junior able to bring him down quickly. Now the offense facing a 3rd and long from their own 41. Dropping back, it's Reed. He cannot escape, it's a sack.
I'll say this defense went in at halftime, made some adjustments, and they look like a different group here in these first few plays.
The Aggies will bring their punt team on the field now. And he'll kick it away now for the second time. And the returner decides to signal fair catch. Here's the first play of the drive. They'll set up from the 13. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Taking a shot deep down the right side. That ball is incomplete. An aggressive deep shot on 1st down. Here's the second down play. An inside give now from the shotgun. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. So a tricky situation here. 3rd and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know this defense could be very aggressive at this moment. Catch made in space. Look out. They finally get him down, but it's a chunk play through the air. This line getting set up. It's a 1st down play. And as we break for the quarter, Kirk, it's Texas A&M on top. We've reached the end of 3. Time is running out to cut into the lead. Let's take a look at the game sets before we move on. We're set now for the fourth quarter. Who is going to make the crucial plays to take home this W? So here we go. First play of the quarter. The offense has a first down. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Lets it fly to the wideout. Catch made on the right side. That's a big gain. Now here he goes. Potentially a touchdown-saving tackle, but not before a long completion.
Chris, that's just perfect execution here by the offense. Quarterback does a nice job getting back, putting the ball out where the receiver can make a play on it. Nothing you can do as a defender.
The Buckeyes churn out another first down. He'll hand it off. Going absolutely nowhere with a loss on the play. Trying to keep this impressive drive going, but the loss makes it second down and 14 here. To throw, it's Sayin. And the pass is complete to the tight end. And we're able to get him down. Here we go, third down and 1. Good check time on both sides. They'll try to move the chains here on the ground. Enough to move the 6 there. Sets up first and goal at the 7. First and goal, and the offense punch it in and claim the lead here in the fourth quarter. Didn't quite get the playoff in time. It'll be delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense.
Delay of game penalty will cost the offense 5. Buckeyes hoping to punch it in here. They have first and goal. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. It's a quick grab. Brought down at the 7. The completion moves them closer to the goal line.
Chris, I love how they keep trusting their quarterback. Nice job of getting a completion, positive yards. Now we got second and goal, critical time in this game. I would keep trying to find those one-on-one matchups and let the quarterback find a way to get the ball in the end zone.
Brought down, but the completion moves the ball down to the 4. And they cut into this lead now on third and goal. Grab behind the line. It's Smith.
Well, Chris, it's a completion, but obviously short of the goal line. Late in the game, they've got to go for it. They've got to come up with this touchdown. Give the defense a lot of credit for keeping him out of the end zone to set up this fourth down.
Oh, and it's incomplete. It's a turnover on downs. Crucial moment late in this game. Grinding away on the ground. The gain is 3 yards. Brings up a second down and 7. Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. And the quarterback keeps it here. And he's brought down, but not before he gets first down yardage. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. There's the snap, then he just takes a knee.